Incoming web transmission.
Hello, hello. I should already had the game playing on here, but it's fine. Let's just turn that down. Where's my... Oh, here's what I can do. I can stick one of these Bluetooth headphones in and listen to myself. So I can check the volume levels too. Turn these things back on. Alright. Where's the game screen? Oh yeah, also check this out. You can use that with like idling and stuff like that. So it'll be fun to play. Alright, let me check this. Make sure that this thing's actually working right. Okay, restream. Let's get you to work for me, shall we? All right. Let's go to me. Let's look at me. Okay, cool. So it's not capturing that. That's good to know. Uh, okay. All right. Let's just remove that. Yes. Let's add a new one. Window capture. There we go. That looks a little bit better. That's got to be below the background though. I'm gonna go right, and there we go. Look at that. It looks pretty good. Let's make sure when I full screen it. Yeah, kind of worried it would do that. Oh, let's just fix that. Let's have it super zoomed in. How about? Make sure I'm actually hearable. Let's see. I think that's about right, isn't it? Something like that. Wait, I think I can do this. Brightness adjust. Let me adjust it based on this. I just put it up top. Yeah. Sure, a little bit. Hi, Vicinia. That's good enough. We'll just go with this. I'm also trying to use my phone because for some reason my other monitor is dead. It's just gone. Because like I plugged it in, that some bitch don't power on. I must have killed it finally. Luckily, I actually have more than just this monitor. Fight your fears and survive. Oh yeah? Well, what if I do this? Oh yeah, let's go. I think it's actually a great remake. Game audio is a bit low in it. Turn up just a hair. Actually, I can also turn this down some. Alright, how does that sound? Here we go. I think that's pretty reasonable. The only downside is I have to turn it down in my little earphone because to hear myself talk at the same time while trying to talk is it's like getting kicked, you know? Okay. Okay. Okay, I know where the shield key goes to the first yawn fight. And all I need is what I can get from there, so. And I'm gonna do my best to try to respond to chat with it on my phone. Oh wait, I have a bunch of stuff I can pick up now. I picked up all the herbs in that one room. Wait, here we go. Watch this. Okay, enough of that. Yeah, I'm gonna go mess with Yawn first. Because I think I already got the thing in the tiger, one of the things in the tiger room, so. Oh, get off me! How do you like them apples? I don't know why I just like turning around sometimes. I'm sorry, but what I was saying was, yeah, I think that this game is very... Oh god! Yeah, I think that this is a great example of how to do a remake right. Now, granted, there's things about it I don't particularly like, but that doesn't make it a bad remake. I know what they were trying to do. They were trying to have the survival horror aspect of it. They're trying to expand on it so that it has the same general feel. So they did an amazing job with that. They might ask why I'm doing that, and it's because it's fun. But there are things about the specific design that I think aren't that great, but I can see why they did it. Like having both the lighter and the oil to be able to burn the bodies is kind of annoying. Having multiple types of defensive items. I mean, all you gotta do is add extra places for items to drop. But that being said, it still is more stuff you have to manage, you know. Even if it doesn't take up an extra inventory space. I'm like, couldn't the lighter have done that too? So I should be able to avoid this guy. Hey, darling, how's it going? Oh yeah, it's good to at least get a little bit of time. Something changed a little bit. I was gonna just cancel it so I could work on the house, but uh, our specific schedule changed, so it's okay. So I can at least do a little bit of streaming. Actually, yeah, isn't it awesome? They actually made a sequel to Resident Evil 0. Who'd have thunk it? And I'm glad they went away from all that weird stuff with leeches and everything. Do you run faster if you use the knife? No, you want to know what's really cool, Henry? Is that someone actually made a demake of this game. Like, it flabbergasts me the amount of work that the fans put into these games. It's crazy. I can't wait to make that joke about Silent Hill 2. It's going to be amazing. Well, that was a miss, Snake. Seems very nonplussed about it, though.
Payback time.
Sorry, Richie. I can't help you. No. Okay, yeah, fine. Ouch. A little column A and little column B. Wait, was I supposed to leave him in there, or what?
Am I poisoned?
Oh, I didn't know I was supposed to, like, help him or anything.
Serum.
I'm playing it like the original, is what I'm doing. He's doomed anyway, whatever. It's fine. It's funny, because as Jill, you can also ditch Brad in Resident Evil 3. Damn, I almost want to go back and... Oh, wait, you can get a shotgun? So I might just... Ah! Watch this. Yeah, I'm gonna actually help him out, because I'm gonna be a good guy. Plus, I can avoid messing with those two annoying zombies. I'm gonna go the other way around. I'm gonna assume that you can't, just because it's probably a case like I don't know. But I do want to unlock that door, though. Yeah, let's go do that. We'll take it. She walks upstairs kind of weird. Get your ass over here. Ah, come on, you fucking asshole. I just didn't get bit. Ah, then now there's this jerk coming up the stairs. My biggest thing, I mean, there's little bitty change. Oh! There's little bitty changes here and there. Um, which I don't, of course I don't mind. Uh, but the biggest thing is the game's really drab, but it's not the worst thing about it. But it's the thing I feel like has the most effect on it. I don't know if you catch what I'm saying. I wish it was more bright and vivid. Run, 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 run. Oh, shit. Those things sound scary as shit, you know that? Well, this time it went even worse, so let's see how it goes with yawn. I can get why they didn't make it a 100% kill, because they're trying to increase the difficulty somewhat. But also, in real life, if you're that close, you're not going to miss with a shotgun. Because, I mean, it's right there, so... And the amount of damage that 12 gauge shotgun can do, it's... Yeah, whatever you're shooting at is gone. But then again, adrenaline also severely fucks with your ability to aim. I don't necessarily mind the whole Crimson Head thing. I just wish there was some aspect of it that they changed slightly. Just a little. Like, make it to where you're, I don't know. There's more canteen options, maybe in save rooms or something. You could carry more than 2 charges.
Payback time.
Not really. You can change monitor settings though. That affect color and stuff. How did that bite get me? Hey, I just did a quick shot somehow. Oh no! Help, I'm surrounded by Snake. Who is one cat? Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, nice job, Richard.
Richard!
Like, I don't really like the new design of Yawn. I mean, the old one was a little goofy, but I thought it was more interesting. Whereas this one's like, I guess they're trying to be hyper realistic, but it doesn't work very well. Like, he's got really, really tiny eyes,
I need
and
syrup.
they're like closer to the center of his face instead of the side. So it gives him this weird profile. Wait, did it? I can't remember did I respond to your question about the monitor thing? Because yeah, some monitors do have a lot of different color settings that you can change up, like big time, which is also annoying because you sometimes have to deal with that in streams. Whenever you're streaming, where it's like, what it's showing on stream is different from what you see on your monitor and things like that. That's right, I'm a hater. I forgot. That's right, I'm a David hater of this version of Yawn. EA Sports, it's in the game. Liquid, you know. See you later. Ah, alligator. Oh shit. Here he comes. I do have one really nice monitor. The only problem is it has a little bit of an issue. Sometimes when recording, it bugs out fairly bad. It's like a 43-inch monitor, and I got a good price on it, but it does have a little problem bugging out when recording sometimes. Wait, why did I go this way? I could have went a different way. Because I don't want to go in the room with the two crimson heads. Yeah, because that's my biggest problem, is trying to get, like, both audio and, like, the visual stuff right, especially, like, the coloration. And also, Restream kind of sucks, if I'm being honest here. Like, not only do they want you to subscribe to get their logo off of, which I kind of understand that, but what I don't like is, like, using their website to monitor the stuff kind of sucks. Which I gotta double check. Excuse me. And make sure nobody's messaging on YouTube also. Because I've got a few people that do watch on YouTube. Which is part of why I don't want to just drop one or the other. You know, I want to stay with both for the people that don't necessarily use Twitch. That's not where I wanted to go. Plus, let's be fair. Twitch is, well, god damn it. I'm trying to avoid them. Both Twitch and YouTube have their faults. And of course, seeing with the way Twitch is changing things, we don't know how that's going to end up. I just wish more, like, websites had, like, really cheap programs, you know? God damn it. I don't know what I'm doing. Fuck. Getting my ass kicked. Restream will display for both, but I'm also looking at my stream on Twitch to see it, to try to determine what's going on. And I usually had Restream pulled up on my second monitor and OBS, so that I could sort of just see what's going on. Yeah, basically we're running into a lot of issues with our host. Because some of the stuff that we're doing, well, let's be fair, we don't really know what we're doing. Like I said, I'd like to just do one or the other because it just makes, it really would just make life easier, right? But also I don't want to abandon people on one or the other and say, hey, if you want to watch me, you have to go here. You know, save for some major thing happening. But that's also part of why I do it, is because when you, oh yeah, so when you record on YouTube, or when you stream on YouTube, it records it, right? And Twitch has gotten a thing where they dispose of VODs and things like that after time, which is understandable. You know, one of the biggest things about YouTube is how much storage they have to do along with everything else. Like, I guarantee you, it's one of the most expensive things there are, because you have to store all that data. So it means they have videos from 15 years ago that they have stored up. Yep, highlighting, then doing clips and things like that. So that's why I also do on YouTube. They record it. This also makes it easy for me to do a whole playthrough of the series, but without having to record it and then edit it. And then since I have people that also talks in the chat too, that can add more than me just rambling on about nonsense versus nonsense that people say something about. You know what I mean? What other doors am I looking for? I think the one in the main hall is helmet, correct? One in the main hall is helmet. I think... Okay. So from here, I can go back over here. See you, bitch. Yeah, but basically I have it to where if for some reason I need to get off Twitch, oh, boom. I just go to YouTube, right? I just stop. Right? If I need to get off YouTube, guess what? All my videos are saved. All I gotta do is just download them, and I'm G to G. You know, and if I have to get off both, again, download off YouTube and then move to whatever else. Ah, come on. Because see, I've already did the vines, haven't I? What? I'm already cautioned again? Fuck. Hell, I've considered doing something like that. I mean, I don't care about... Because, you know, I don't do the ad revenue and things like that. So, that's not something I care about. I think I've already got the thing in here, right? Just double checking. Okay, cool. So I might have got bit for no reason. Oh, yeah. Have a good one, Bloom. Thanks for dropping by, man. Yeah, hopefully this stream goes well enough. I'm gonna get hit again. No, he actually missed me this time. And so, you know, it's just, these sites serve as the best way to, I guess you could say, advertise, right? Because, you know, if you make it of a website, it's going to be, you know, people aren't necessarily going to be able to find you. Already been in here. It's just kind of that thing, you know. Oh yeah, fuck, I forgot. I should do a shout out for doing. I should do a shout out for all you guys. What am I doing? Hold on. How do I do this? You know. Did that work? Yeah. Bloomaloo's been playing Resident Evil 0, so if you want to see some lychee goodness, go check that out. Of course, Bloomaloo does a lot of different stuff. He does some cozy stuff. He does suggestion Saturdays. So go check him out for sure. He streams a lot, so you'll have a lot of opportunities. And he does start streaming early in the morning, so that's also good for our European viewers. We're gonna give a little love to old, a little love to old, darling. If I can learn to type correctly. Darling's been playing a little bit of the original Resident Evil, a little bit of Tekken too, as well. Especially he's working on that PB. He's gonna get that PB in Resident Evil soon. He's gonna have some peanut butter, and you're gonna be able to see it. You're gonna get to see it live, and of course a little bit of the old Henry's cats. Playing some of that Bloodborne, in between all these damageless runs he's doing. Now, if only he could play the greatest game ever made, Phantasmagoria 2. Then we'll be in business. No, it's Phantasmagoria 2. Yeah, I need to like write out like script out some stuff and like that way if I get rated, for example, I like a way I can sort of present myself to the new people. You know, in addition to remembering to do stuff like that's right, Phantasmagoria 2. Oh, thank you. I've actually had people say that I should do radio, which I'm like, well, that's awesome of you to say. I had someone say it. I used to work at pizza. I used to work for a pizza place. I did pizza delivery, right? And in the middle of a call, I guess you could say, they were like, "You have a great voice. You should do radio." And I'm like, "Oh, well, thank you." Like getting into voice acting and stuff like that would be awesome. I've done some acting as well. I find acting really fun, but also it's something that's kind of hard to get into, you know? Because you generally have to like join groups and like local stuff, and then just sort of like build up your presence into it. But you also have to have a lot of free time to be able to do it. So where do I want to go then? So I can't go to either of those. I don't have all the masks yet. Excuse me. Hey everybody, this is WKX73. You know, be like that. And we're here with Jake Peterson, you know, or whatever. And I am a night owl. You got that late night call-in agony aunt long drive radio show voice. That's awesome. Thank you. Something I don't want to get involved in, that's what. Oof. This has got to be a helmet door, right? Yeah, that's a helmet door. Where am I missing? And this just takes me outside where I gotta go put the masks. So I don't need that. I've been through there. I can't go through that door. Wait, haven't I been through there? Wait, is that an... That's the hallway with the two crimson heads. Any change of a Jill sandwich? You know. Hey, how's it going, Magnata? Let me give a little shout out there too. See, I gotta get myself in the habit of making sure I do all that. And make sure I actually spell it right too. Eh? Did I do it right? Yes. Playing some Uncharted 2, also a big time point and click adventure fan. My brains. and a big point-and-click adventure fan and point-and-click enjoyer, FMV enjoyer. And of course, anybody who's watched me play Ripper might notice that the name is familiar. Detective Magnata, like from Ripper. So, absolutely, go check him out as well. He also takes donations, collecting for multiple sclerosis I almost said charities. Yes, charities. So if you're inclined and have the ability, definitely drop some there too. I try to give support whenever I can. Okay, so let me stop being bad at this game and think for a second. Can't go through that door because that's helmet door. I gotta go in the Crimson Head room then, don't I? I just don't want to go in there. Exactly, yeah. That's a great emote right there. A little bit of cigar chomping. I guess I'm gonna need to equip the shotgun and just blow these guys away. It's gonna be the only way. I tried a little bit of walking. A little walking on sunshine there. Hey, Pruno, how you doing? I'll drop a shout out for you too in just a second. Oh wait, you don't, do you, I can't remember if you stream or not, Pruno. Ah, these guys make me so fucking nervous. And that door texture is slightly uneven. I mean, if it's a actual hardwood door, it's not going to be perfectly even, but those two little divots are uneven and it drives me nuts. Oh, hell yeah. That's the best when you get people... Is he dead? Okay. I'm out of shotgun shells, unfortunately. No! Kiss my ass, zombie. He's coming. Oh, Lord, he's coming. I don't even know if... Shit. Ah, so I did want to go that other door. No, I don't. Wait, hold on. Hold on. So that's... I can't go through there either. What did I do all this for? Nah, just let me have it. There we go. That's awesome, though. I actually did something that I did it... I once... Maybe as a joke, maybe as a prank, whatever you want to call it. Henry knows about this. If you go and play... I like to do this sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes... I have a separate account that when people play Silent Hill, if they go into the bathroom and examine the part that says Leonard Rhine the Monster Lurks, I have an account that's called Leonard Rhine the Monster. Wait. Let me double check myself, make sure that I did indeed save. And so, when they examine it, only if they examine it, the only thing I do is I'll do an exclamation mark lurk. And people have some pretty funny responses to it for the most part. Okay, so everything on this side I can't access. I need the helmet key. I need to be able to use the elevator. So I need to get power to the elevator first. Okay. So I definitely need the helmet key. I have that door on the other side. That's on the second floor. I can't go through that's helmet door. Can't go through there. I guess I gotta go all the way. I gotta go through the dog hall is really what I gotta do. That should be the first thing I try. So yeah, people find it pretty entertaining. I'll say that. So it's a good time. A good time was had by all. So I certainly like doing that. I don't say anything else. I just do that. And so it's funny because Leonard Ryan the monster lurks, you know. So it's I would say it's only kind of sort of similar. It isn't really because you know you chose that name yourself and not to mess with people, but it does serve as a good way to mess with people though, if you so chose. Not many people play Ripper though, so I did find a guy I started following the other day that was playing through Ripper, so that's nice. It's nice that some people are actually playing it. Cause son of a bitch. So yeah, I hope to at least spread awareness on the game. But like we were talking about the other day about why it doesn't have any sort of a why it hasn't had any sort of re-release of any kind, but the prevailing theory is the licensing for the actors would cost too much. I mean, it's got a lot of big name actors, so I'm sure they already had plenty of stuff in their contract related to the game sales and things like that. And then especially with the changes with IP laws and everything like that, that uh, more likely than not, if they tried to re-release the game, many of these actors would probably want a piece of the cut. Again, maybe so, maybe not, but you know, let's be honest, Hollywood loves money, so why wouldn't they? Like, I can imagine an expensive Hollywood lawyer would be able to sue and get them like 2% or something. Um, and then they'd still have to like license the rights, you know, the image rights. So, you know, they'd have to pay however much that costs. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. It would cost so much just to license their rights for a re-release of the game. Oh no, not zombies. Who could have seen this coming? Yeah, that basically they'd be taking a loss on it. And Take-Two Interactive is a big enough company that they don't just take losses for no reason, you know? There we go. That's the door I was looking for. You know, I mean, they're a huge company now. They're not just going to throw away a bunch of money, especially because all the actors in it are, I mean, like Christopher Walken is arguably even larger than he was then. Like he was a big deal then, but I'm sure he counts as being even larger now because he's a whole meme, in fact. So like, of course, Paul Giamatti was a small time actor at the time, so now he's an even bigger deal. Of course, a lot of the people are dead, so whoever owns the rights to him could ask for a lot, or they could also be like, "Fuck you, no." And how much of that could you actually cut out of the game? And so, like, let's say the family of Burgess Meredith or whoever owns his image rights says, "I don't know if we want to re." They could be like, I don't want it to be re-released with his image in it." You know, they could be like that, which is fair, right? If they own the image rights, they can say that. And then they go, "Hey, we have to now find an actor to replace this person, re-record every single one of these lines and these scenes, edit it into the game." Or they could just say, "Fuck it, we're not going to do it. Who cares?" It's just a case of, especially with the way games development is now, where it costs so much to make a game. Because if you look at credits alone, like I think a crew of like what 12 people made Super Mario Brothers for the NES, whereas you look at a game like Super Mario Odyssey, and it's got like a credits of like 500 people. You know, games are it takes a lot. Bring the light of truth to the three spirits. I mean, I would love it. Um, but you know, Valiant wearing the bracelet, set yellow stained glass. Nah, not yet, because I don't know. I don't remember the solution to this puzzle. Sage wearing a necklace, red stained glass. No. Okay. I'll not stop doing that joke, but I am gonna do it until it becomes annoying. Caw, caw, caw. I love the crows. I love crows in general, and these models look cool too, but there's something charming about the original models. About the way they moved and looked. Saint wearing a crown. It's in yellow stained glass. Is that P? Yellow? Is yellow P? PP? Sage wearing a necklace and red stained glass. It's a switch. A Nintendo Switch. Guy wearing a bracelet. So let's see. Lisa protected by the three spirits. Picture of a woman wearing a bracelet, a necklace, and a crown. Ah! They're mad! Help! I pissed them off by pressing a button. Alright, let's try this again. So let's see. Bring the light of truth to the three spirits. The light of truth. Okay. So we got yellow with the bracelet, red with the necklace, yellow with the crown. Wait, what is this one? Yellow with the crown. That's yellow with the crown. Or is this... Wait. Wait a second. Hold on. What do these switches do? Oh, okay. I threw a panini to a crow outside of my house Tuesday back and it came knocking on my door for a year. Hell yeah, dude. I love crows. He realized that you were cool. He's like, bro, this dude's a homie. Okay, so we got the yellows can turn to green and that can turn to purple. So looks like the bracelet's yellow, the necklace is blue, and the crown is green. Okay. So this can go back. I think the other... Yeah, so we're gonna have it be purple. A little bit of purple. And the crown is green. Okay, so let's try this now. I did it wrong. I suck at this game. Help. Ding 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 ding. Yeah. See, crows are super smart too. It's super interesting. Not only can they solve like puzzles and stuff, um, you know, they can think abstractly, right? They can see what they want and be able to say, huh, if I do this, it will do the thing I want. Bring the light. Oh, wait, what if I press the switch on this side? Huh, okay, so let's try this. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Aha, so, okay. No. Oh, this is not good because this is a color puzzle, and I am bad with colors. But crows also have the ability to recognize people. So if So if you are nice to them, they'll recognize you, and they can actually tell other crows that you're cool. But if you're a jerk, they'll tell other crows that you're a jerk. It's super awesome. So, since purple is one of the three colors, we're gonna stick with purple for the necklace. So for the bracelet, it looks yellowish, but it could also be orange. I'm very bad. Again, I'm very bad with colors, so we won't mess with this just yet. Okay. So we got orange, white, green, orange, white, green, and yellow. Let me go look at the picture again and see if I can guesstimate what color that's supposed to be. It could be yellow, it could be orange. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it yellow. But then the crown, I don't have any fucking clue. Green, I guess? Wait, what does it say? It says, I knew I left for a jog at 1 p.m. every day, so I just ended up caving in and feeding it. It stopped coming after I stopped running at that time, but for a long time, I sat and had a coffee with it on the doorstep. It left bottle tops and feathers on my porch sometimes. Oh, that's awesome. He was totally bringing you gifts. He was like, hell yeah. He was paying you. The crow is a fan of, the crow was a fan of, Fallout. He's like, y'all motherfuckers like bottle caps, right? I mean, it looks sort of green on top of her head. But it could also be yellow. I'm gonna go with green. I will look this up just to avoid having to like do this 90 million times. And again, any puzzles that involve like colors where it doesn't explicitly tell you the color. Son of a bitch. So I'm gonna do the first one as orange, and then do the other two as purple and green respectively. And then try, and if not, I would try the yellow with I don't know. Okay, so we're gonna do orange. Yeah, kind of figured it would be wrong. I can't tell what color the fucking crown is supposed to be. Or even the bracelet, it's like, well, orange and yellow. Yeah, fuck it, I'll look it up. The other one was easier. Stained glass puzzle. I should probably put Resident Evil so that I can actually find it. Resident Evil 2002. Son of a bitch. Okay. This gives me a great chance to rant about something, right? So, you get this a lot when people do discussions about anything, right? Um, because people like to assume that the information that they have is the same information that everybody has access to. When you know, well, let me check this out first. Okay, he turns that to orange. Turns that to green. Okay, so I was close. The first one is indeed orange. Okay. So I was close. The last one was indeed green. It's just I had to figure out the first one was supposed to be orange and not yellow. Anyway. Okay, cool. Okay, so anyway, what it's saying is, so you sometimes get this where people will say, Google it, right? When you're like, is that, you might ask somebody, it's like, where did you hear that? Or something like that. Or some otherwise might ask for proof, right? Because they're usually it's because they're curious about it. And you get some people, or some people will disagree and says, aha, when you say, hey, this is this, and blah, blah, blah. In general, people will tell you to Google something. But the reason why that's stupid is because that assumes Google is altruistic by any means, which it isn't. Uh, Google is a business, right? And their goal is to make money. Well, how do they make money? Well, one of the ways they do is advertising. So what you get in the results may not necessarily be the most accurate result, because whatever company paid them the most money to be the top result. They have sponsored results, but their results are also weighted. Also, it's weighted based on a variety of different factors, like what other people have looked up. But it's like, but I don't want to, but I don't care what they looked up. I care what I need, what I looked up. Uh, not what Jimmy looked up, right? Things like that. You can actually, because like YouTube is really bad about this too. In fact, ProZD recently did a video about it, where one of his biggest videos. Yeah, I can't believe I had the crown right, because that was the hardest one. But it's because I couldn't tell if the bracelet was supposed to be orange or yellow. I mean, I was leaning towards orange, but still. Yep, Z rank, that's right. But where am I? Where is the save room? I do gotta go through here. Okay. So, oh, fuck, it's not gonna let me go through there. Yeah, that's one of the things about this game that makes it kind of negative, with the zombie that always pops up like that. It's like, oh, well, I wanted to go through there, but I can't until the zombie harasses me. Um, and granted, it adds to the atmosphere where it feels like you're being chased and all that kind of stuff. But let's all be real. In terms of the classic versions of Resident Evil, they haven't been able to. See, the problem was when I decided to retry it, I forgot what I had did for the crown. If I had just remembered and then changed the bracelet one, then I would have been right. But I was gonna save myself that time anyway. Oh, here. But yeah. So you go to Google stuff, and so ProZD showed this perfect example. He typed in the exact name of one of his skits, including his name, So theoretically, you should be able to find his skit at the top of the list, right? If you do it by you know, relevance or any other things, right? You should be able to see it. It should be like one of the first things. It should be the first thing to come up because he's not a small channel. He's a big channel. He's very famous at this point. Yeah, I think the birth to death one is really good. It's simple enough that most people can, you know, figure it out. And, you know, it's a good puzzle, right? I'm not a fan of puzzles that I feel like would be difficult for certain types of people. Like, someone who's colorblind, that puzzle would be extremely difficult. Because it doesn't say what color it is on the thing. So, someone who's colorblind, and I have partial color blindness. So one could argue it's not very empathetic, but come on, don't be a dick. No, what was I saying? I don't think I need the armor key right now. Because I just need the masks. There's not much I can do. I'll just carry this so I can. But so he even showed on video of him Googling it, and the only things that come up are people reposting his videos and related videos to it. And of course, YouTube gets with them and like, oh hey, this is a problem and blah blah blah. But it took him like 2 weeks to be able to fix it. But it's like that sort of thing is ridiculous. It's like, well, it's because their search function doesn't, and this is a bigger problem with Google. The search function doesn't search. It's basically an advertising tool. You know what I'm saying? Where the idea is to try to get you to go on websites that pay them or to go and buy stuff, right? So again, I Googled stained glass puzzle. Of course, the first thing it brought up was puzzles, like jigsaw puzzles. It's like, okay, fair enough, because there are stained glass jigsaw puzzles. Fair enough, right? But of course, the first thing it wants to do is have the shopping stuff pop up. So it says, hey, you want to buy one? So they can get that 0.001 cents for every sale. But the other part of it is, so I typed in stained glass puzzle Resident Evil. It brought the stained glass puzzle from Resident Evil 4 Remake. Because that's the latest game in the series to come out, and also the big news right now, and advertising and blah blah blah. So I typed in, alright, fine, 2002. And it still brought up the Resident Evil 4 Remake stained glass puzzle. Except there was one YouTube video that was for that puzzle. And I was like, son of a bitch. At least I finally got it. So. But I was kind of pissed off because I was like, it's like that every single time you Google anything. You know? So, to ultimately come to a point, finally, right? When someone says, oh yeah, well, I saw a statistic for a study that said 72% of the time this happens. You can Google it if you don't believe me. Okay, fine. Google it. I can't fucking find it. And they're like, you must not be trying hard enough. Well, you have this statistic, right? You know it. Can't you link it? I mean, if you don't, that's fine. Just say that I don't know where it is at the moment. Or even better, don't interject your opinion on my comments. Like, if I make a comment on something, I'm not necessarily asking for a discussion about it. I'm not saying you're not allowed to, but also at the same time, I'm not interested in discussing anything with bad faith people. You know, if you just want to sit there and tell me I'm wrong and call me an asshole, well then guess what? I don't care what you think. I don't care if you agree with me. You're allowed to disagree. Hell, I know a lot of people in the UK might have different opinions about firearms than I do. Because me, I'm rootin', tootin', ready to shootin', right? Whereas in UK and other countries that don't have the same kind of gun culture, they might be like, why do you have all that? You know? Not necessarily being a dick, but it's trying to understand the cultural differences, right? And I'm not going to say, you have to agree with me because this. I'm going to say, hey, you're allowed to disagree. As long as you're not a dick to me, I don't care. But yeah, I just hate it when people do that kind of thing. It's like, you have to understand, Google doesn't work like that. It works for you, maybe. You might have Googled the certain phrase that got what you wanted, but more likely than not, they didn't Google it. They saw an article or a post somewhere, or somebody showed this to them, or they were on Reddit or Twitter or Instagram or whatever that showed them this. The information was curated to them. That's why they know it. Not because they actually researched it, but because it was curated to them. But they won't curate it to you because again, I'm right and you have to agree with me or you're stupid. You know, and you get shit like that. I'm like, how about we just chill about it? You know, if someone says, hey, what's your proof on this? I'm like, I'm not really interested in having a discussion about it. One guy tried to argue me up and down. Try to say, well, you shouldn't post claims without being willing to back them up. I don't care if you believe me. That's the end, long and short of it. I don't care. If you want to disagree with me, feel free. If you want to think I'm a stupid, ugly, idiot liar with a tiny wiener, be my guest. I don't care. This is the internet. I don't even know if you're real. So, just people get really incensed about that. It's like, it doesn't really matter, guys. Life is short. Stop trying to argue with people on the internet. Henry's almost collecting the crest. Oh wait, let me see. Oh yeah. That's where did he stop? Yeah, he stopped around that time, didn't he? With the hole where the eyes should be. Well, I should probably actually use it, huh? There we go. No! Don't clip that! No! Now everyone's gonna think my wiener is tiny. Yeah, a lot of people have trouble understanding that whole thing when I say I don't care to argue with you, and I don't care if you disagree. You're allowed to disagree. And people have trouble with that. It's like, I don't have to prove myself to you because I don't care about you disagreeing with me. I'm not saying you're wrong or stupid or an idiot. I'm just saying that I don't have an obligation. You know. And they will argue you up and down about that. I'm like, explain to me how I have an obligation other than your opinion of me. Why can't I get this to work? Like, I don't know. People just love arguing on the internet. I think some of it is like a humiliation ritual almost. Where people want to take people that have opposing opinions and have them be humiliated. You know what I'm saying? Because part of it's about justifying their own beliefs, right? And a lot of people, it's very intellectual. So they want to say, hey, I'm going to justify my beliefs by proving the other people wrong or bad or whatever, right? Oh no, not zombie. Oh, fuck, what the hell? Yeah. Right. Hold on. I think a little gnat or something blew up my fucking nose right when I got attacked. Whoa, what was that? I should have brought the shotgun. I should have brought some healing items. Oh man, am I gonna die? Yes! Oh, he's eating my ass! Oh my god, you see that? Literally started chewing on my ass. That zombie ate my ass. I did save it, right? Yeah, the shotgun would probably be better here. I can't believe that. Now that's a great clip. The zombie munching on my ass. I'll keep the, take the assault shotgun. Grab a first aid spray. There we go. Wait. Okay, good. I do have all the masks. I guess I'll drop that. Because I don't need it right now, so. Yeah, seriously, what a way to go, dude. But again, I'm just feeling my way around this. Let me double check one thing. I'm still trying to double check the chat, so if anybody is watching on YouTube and they're chatting, just know I am trying to pay attention to you, so that you get the you get me responding. Because I think I know Ozzy often does Zen Solipsis and Red Z. I think are all YouTubers, or not YouTubers, but people who watch me on YouTube. See, Twitch is typically better for like getting and finding viewers, but also I don't know. Sometimes Twitch gets a little too caught up in like all the extra shit. I think that's kind of part of it, isn't it? It's like I think part of Twitch is that they have all this extra little stuff that it seems to me like part of that is creates I don't know. I could have probably went ahead and put this mask down there. It would have saved me a little bit of trouble, I think. The one I got, instead of like trying to carry 4 of them, but hindsight, so. Which I should look. How dark is it on screen? It's a little darker than what my monitor is showing, but that's okay. I don't know if I'd say Resident Evil is my favorite series. It's one of my favorites though, for sure. I mean, there's just so much to do, right? So many games and quite a bit of variety. Said I had to go in and out of the room my laptop is in, and all I've heard was, "Oh, I get it. Oh no, they're going to think I have a small wiener, and a zombie ate my ass." Yes, that is correct. A zombie ate my ass and I have a small wiener. I'm glad you're having fun. The bugs are actually a nice little touch. Just little touches like that can make a game a little more interesting. See you later, alligator. Whoop. Look at that stance. That's called the isosceles stance, in case anyone is wondering. It's pretty common for cops to use it. It's not the only shooting stance, but it's a very common one, where you basically plant your feet. Yeah, where you do this, you plant your feet about slightly wider than shoulder width apart, bend your knees, and then you use both your arms to, even width. Gotta have a slight bend in them, and, you know. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Henry's telling the truth, too. The only way to disprove the tiny wiener, theorem is by showing it. Well, it looks like I've got no choice, fellas. But that is one thing that is funny. Maybe not funny, but weird about society. Like, outside of jokes, a lot of people do seem to have an obsession with people's wieners. And I don't mean in like if it's in a joke capacity, jokes are fine, right? It's whatever about jokes. But then people really get incensed about stuff like that. And it's like, can we not? I'm not really interested in that conversation. Like even with like politics and stuff, and it's like, I'm not really interested in thinking about the wiener of any politician whatsoever. Or any of their junk at all. I'm just not interested in it whatsoever. Okay. I'm supposed to do that, right? Okay. Alright. So now I gotta know what the hell to do next. Hmm. Oh wait, don't I have a box I'm supposed to put that on or something? Alright, where's a box that I can get to? I can get to that one. I have to go to the dog hall again. Or do I? Up the stairs. I have to go past that Crimson Head, though. I think I do need to go up there, though. Oh, damn. I actually got a dodge on that. I could've... Oh, yep. Henry's knows all about that. Having to deal with the cat. Yep. We don't have any cats or dogs. Partially because we wanted to make sure that we lived in, like, a home. Like, rather than, like, especially if I was to get a dog. I want a dog to have a yard to run around in. Like, space to live. Not being stuck in an apartment, you know? Because, yeah, we do have, like, grass area, but, you know, it's not like we can be like, hey, bud, run around in this tiny yard. Plus, also, I'm one of those people, I'm not a big fan of animals on the furniture. Because I'm kind of sensitive to smell. I don't have a problem with either dogs or cats. But there's a tendency for both dogs and cats to not only shed hair, but also they can also often have odor that builds up. And that bothers me a lot. So I would want the house to be decently sized so that they're not just like trapped, you know, the way they can have space to walk around inside the house, space to walk around outside. You know, they can have a good life. I don't want any animal I have as a pet you know, any animal I have as a pet, I want that pet to have a decent life. You know, I don't want it to be forced to, you know, because like hell, I didn't. Oh, I'm gonna go ahead and save now after all that. I'm using up my ink ribbons like crazy, but it's okay. Oh, yep, that's good. Yeah, and typically it can be... Cats are usually a lot easier, too, because they're typically smaller, and, you know, they can get to more areas, you know. And they also like to kind of, like... What do you call it? They like to bunker down, or, you know, sometimes they like to hide and things like that. So, you know, they have a good time. Your cat smells like bread? I don't know if that's good or bad. I'm going to say it's good, because bread is delicious. I think sometimes we take for granted the awesomeness of just having a nice slice of bread. It's like I've got bread at work, and I will just straight up just eat some bread. We like to call it, especially in the poorer parts of the U.S., we like to call it a wish sandwich, because we wish we had something to go on it. Another helmet door. Alright. Oh yeah, fresh baked bread with some butter. I mean, dude, putting a little bit of butter on a sandwich, that's a treat right there. Like good butter too, not that cheap crap. Get some good butter, some proper butter. Like unless you're like lactose intolerant, I can understand. I can understand that. Okay, okay. The fuck is the helmet key? All right. Okay, yeah. Plant 42, yeah. Okay. What am I missing? I mean, what do I have to do to go into the guard area? Into the let's see. Shit. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, Rose is a little lactose intolerant herself, but it's not major. She just gets a little she can get a little bit of nausea and stuff like that if she has too much, but it's not enough to stop her. But when it comes to like eating cereals, she prefers to like get some of that almond milk or something. No, she really likes that oatmeal milk. Cause like she'll do that and put that in like oatmeal. Good stuff. Oh. Fine, fuck it. I'll just go through. I saved the game anyway, so. Yeah, coconut milk. Ah, bot. Kill it. Hold on. How can I do this? Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. Go through here, see what's up. That's right, Cyberdyne Systems Model 101. Get off my nuts, dog. I don't have the crest. Watch this. I'm gonna look at the camera all dejected like. I'm gonna let him kill me so I can just reload the save. Best viewers at www.fuckfarts.com. Hey, Claire! You want the best viewers, don't you, Claire? I don't do that great of a Steve. Bloom does a great Steve. And Henry does a great Marvin. I don't know how he does such a good Marvin, but he does a good Marvin. Watch this. We did this rapid fire. Watch. Yeah. All right, where's that crest? Part of the problem is I've played the original way more than I've played the remake, so I don't know the remake as well. That's part of the problem. Oh yeah, you do a good Marvin. You put that right amount of like the sadness and stuff in it. Yeah, the TX model. Like, you got to give it to them. At least with that movie, they at least did something slightly more interesting than just like a rehash of everything. And I do like the idea that Judgment Day is inevitable. Okay, I'm still fine. I think that's a good that's a good way to play it. I mean, of course, with Terminator 2, what they did with Terminator 2 was they actually had an original ending that showed everything ended up better, but they decided to cut that out because one, it was a little too Hollywood, and two, it's better to keep it vague as to what's going to happen, you know. Which is always best with time travel anyway, because if you get too specific, then stuff stops making sense. And the last thing you want to do is have something that's already kind of confusing make less sense. But I do like the idea that Judgment Day is inevitable. It's just there's certain ways with the execution that they kind of screwed up with that movie, is what I'll say. I mean, Arnold, of course, is always great as the Terminator. No. Uh-oh, radio.
Barry?
Snake, you created a time paradox.
Monster! Chains! Gun! Ineffective! It's it! Stay away! Forest outside mansion! Stay! Hey!
See, that's one reason why I think Legacy of Kain did it really well. Is because they had it where it's like, oh yeah, you can change time, sure. However, you do have to have, you know, this, that, and the other to change time. That's right, Darling's best friend. Oh, Brad Vickers. Oh, Brad Vicky. Bradley Victoria. Wait, hold on. Let's see if I can position this right. Let's see, come on. Ah, it's too low, okay. I was gonna try to get it where he's eating my crotch, but... Wait, was that Brad? I think so, isn't it? Two vertical lines across and three vertical lines. Could it be some kind of symbol? I don't know why I'm having Jill talk like that, but that's what I'm gonna do. There's something written in this indentation. When the wind sweeps across the earth, stars will shine in the heavens. That's a little bit of a little James Earl Jones there for you. Not really, but one thing that cracks you would eat some Jill crotch. Hey, I don't know if anybody wouldn't. I mean, hey, look in Resident Evil 3, she's down. She's down to party. I mean, that top, you just gotta flip that thing down. That's all you gotta do. And the skirt, you just flip it up. Of course, we're all disgusting pigs here, but hey. No, not Lisa Trevor. Okay. Jill likes her D virus, that's right. Yo, can we get a little bit of that TNA virus? A little bit of that TNA virus? I mean, hey, us saying disgusting things is less worse than what they did to her in 6, from what I understand. Didn't she get, like, brainwashed or some shit? I haven't played 6, but I do know she, like... She becomes, like, blonde, and she becomes, like, brainwashed, and she's, like, wearing this skin-tight leather suit or something. Like, nano machines or some goofy shit like that, isn't it? Oh, that's 5? Okay, yeah, see? I haven't even played through 5 all the way. I played, like, a little bit of the beginning. I should just run. I don't know why I'm walking. What's down here? Let me check the map. Oops, I don't want to do that. Okay. What's down here? So I know I need the wind crest, because I think that's where something comes. Can we kiss underneath the willow tree? I was trying to explore, just in case there's any items. Again, I haven't played this enough to remember where everything is. Oh. So I'm trying not to miss anything. There's a good deal where you go to a mansion with Jill and Chris. Interesting. Lost in Nightmares. Ah. But that's part of what I'm doing this for, is so that I can go and then play 5, you know, and actually get an experience for it. Because I don't have a direct opinion on it, other than there's things about it I don't particularly like so far, but I haven't played it enough to really have a great opinion on it. Like, it's not like it's a case where I'm like, oh, this game sucks, I couldn't finish playing it. Oh yeah, this is the little hutch where Lisa Trevor pops up and she's like, "Ah!" Yes, I will. And I didn't take that other path yet. Crude bed. A family picture. Just a little girl. There's a journal left by somebody. 19. Daddy attacked first. Mom attacked second. Inside red, inside me. White and hard. Not true, Mom. Where? Don't know, Dad. Found Mom again. Attacked Mommy. She moved no more. She's screaming. Why? Just want to be with her. Mom, where? I miss you. I agree. It's actually it really is a good way to add to it without like just adding just a bunch of random crap. Oh, that's a nice view. I like that right there. Yeah, because one of the biggest problems I think a lot of, well, I think what's always a good thing is when a remake expands on an idea, right? Expanding on an idea, always good. Ugh, I don't want to use up my ink ribbons completely. I know you can instantly die here, though. Yeah, crank. But it's either that you can instantly die or she can just kill you. One way or the other. And like there's a way to like kite her. I think if you go down here, you can dodge her. You know what's interesting is that one guy did something based on a video he saw where he played Resident Evil 2 without ever taking a step. So he did it by, like, you know, doing the aim and drop, aim and drop, aim and drop, because it moves you, right? It's a great video, yeah, because he ultimately finds out that you indeed can beat the game like that. Was it Punchy? It might have been Punchy. He's got lots of great videos like that. I love his candor. Okay, Lisa. You know I'm here. Oh no, it's scary. Oh, okay, I forgot that this happened. I think he did. I think he did indeed turn. Like, he did left and right. He just didn't do forward and back. If I recall correctly. I've seen it like twice, and I don't remember specifically, but... But, like, I think he does indeed turn, but he just doesn't press forward or back. So, you know, you can do... Fuck! See, I was trying to show the thing, and I got hit. But... Yeah, go ahead. I don't think my thing limits the ability to post links, so... Because I don't mind if people post links. She is freaky too. They did a great job with her, that's for sure. And I'm pretty sure she can instant kill you too. Yep, it's a great video. I recommend checking it out because I like little bitty things like that, like the interesting bits of games. Like, and you can do the same thing here too. Like, if you do that, they do move a little bit. So, you know. Yeah, I just need to go down the path then. Son of a bitch, I just went in a circle. Yep, it did, yep. The upgraded shotgun pushes you, and then the Magnum, but if you also aim down, it pushes you even further. And stuff like that, I think, is super interesting. That's part of why I like speedrunning, because especially if it's a game I like, I love learning everything about it, and new stuff, and all that kind of thing. Because you'll discover a lot of stuff you didn't know before, and all that. And I just like learning. I like deconstructing everything, you know. So from here, I've got the wind crest, so I need to go stick it somewhere. Ah, get off me! You are a jerk. Give me that. Oh yeah, you know what time it is. So yeah, it's so interesting to see stuff like that. To see where people learn all this stuff about a game. And that's, of course, what interests me, too. Is, you know, in the time I've played it, I've learned so much about Phantasmagoria, too. And it's super interesting, because then I can talk with people about it. And... Hell, that's another part of the fun of Silent Hill, you know, learning all this stuff. And also being on the cusp of people trying to figure out new skips and stuff like that. Because there's a new... Because the romper skip is fairly new. Within the past couple of years. and people are trying to take that same out of bounds deal and use it in other areas so that they can try to figure out uh, this, that, and the other. You know, ways to make a more efficient speed run. Yeah, look at that. That's a nice one right there. It's loaded with magnum rounds. Look at that. Also, don't spin the cylinder or flick it like that. That can damage the gun. Don't do that. But if you do, don't do that. It is a 357 Magnum. It's called the Silver Serpent, and it is based on the Colt Anaconda. See that dealy bopper next to the cylinder? That's a Colt style cylinder release. It's based off the Colt Anaconda Silver Serpent, right? Which is in 357 Magnum. A little bit of gun trivia there. I like how it's got the rifling too, but it's not super accurate, but whatever. You know. It does look really cool, but it can damage parts and bend. Like bend the arm that holds the cylinder if you're not careful. Like, it's best just to not do it because it's not intended to be used that way. Especially flicking it back in, because that can also damage stuff. Like, it's cool, you know, it's the kind of thing, it's like, oh man, here's this cool movie thing we're gonna do. Okay. Yep. But it's also something that you have to be mindful about. Granted, modern materials make that a lot less likely to happen because they're made of, but especially back in the day, the metals that they made out of things were not as hardy as they are now. They were definitely softer too, so you could easily bend that shit. And you know.
This is Brad. If you can hear me, just give me a sign.
Oh,
Anything.
Bradley.
Jill to Brad. Can you hear me?
Just a second.
Shit. It's broken.
Give me just a second, guys. Let's see. So when you see cowboys quick firing and pulling the hammer back with their palm, that damages the gun. Yeah, what they call that is fanning, because the those are single action revolvers back in the day. What that means is that the trigger doesn't pull the hammer back. You have to pull the hammer back and then pull the trigger. So they found the fastest way to fire that, if they hold down the trigger and they pull the hammer back with their hand and then release it, it fires as if you had just pulled the trigger. And so they do that, and that can makes it fire really fast. That can damage it, because the hammer isn't really meant to be done like that too. But and again, back in the day, they were made out of worse materials. But that's not as bad as flicking the cylinder, though. But they call that fanning, and it's just sort of a way to rapid fire with a single action revolver. Because of course a single action revolver is going to shoot much slower than someone can do with the a double action revolver. Which double action means if you pull the trigger, it also pulls the hammer back. But typically in the modern day, if you want something to be able to, quote, fire fast, you need to get a semi-auto. Alright, I'm going to sit on words on stream because I have to go to the restroom for... video game. And close this so that we don't have to hear that no more. And we're back. Toes. Alright. What am I doing again? Alright, let's go. Definitely need a box now. Can I go swimming? Yeah, crank that, soldier boy. Dahlia, yep. I want to try to set up like some of those like sound things that you can play without having to be like you know, get affiliated or partnered or whatever Twitch calls it. But I'm still trying to figure out how to set some of that up. I think there's a way to do it, but I'm not sure how. Because I think it'd be fun to play around with. Just because I don't want to do the ads thing and all that kind of stuff. I don't like to have my stuff with ads. I mean, I already have to deal with some of my YouTube stuff. If it's got like certain types of material, they force you to have ads on it. Because they're like, we have a copyright claim on this. It's like, you know, because you know, with the way YouTube works, there's no representation whatsoever for fair use. They have the automatic content ID, and you can challenge it, but the problem is they actively punish you for challenging it, and that's something I can't stand, you know. Well, it's not that they actively punish you, but what it is they say, hey, you can challenge it. If the copyright owner comes and says, no, it's a valid claim, then you can appeal. However, if you appeal, it could become a strike. And strikes are permanent, and if you ever get 3, your channel gets shut down. So it's a very roundabout way of punishing people for trying to challenge copyright claims. But I feel like it's like this. Is that, you know, you have a right to freedom of speech in America. And the fair use is meant to protect that right. It says, hey, if you're not making any money off of it, you've changed it enough, you're doing it because you're making a point, all this, then you're allowed to use it. 'Cause, I mean, you're not stealing it. You know, you're just, you're doing fair use, right? You're not stealing it, you're not trying to rip anybody off. You're just using it, you know? Which is perfectly valid. I am going to save it now, though. However, the downside of that... Fuck, what was I saying? Yeah, it's like, you know, fair use is fair use, and that should be protected, you know? But they're using a computer, first off, to determine whether or not you're violating fair use or whatever. You know, you're violating someone else's copyright. But that's a computer. It's not a human. There's a reason why... it's like, there's a reason why, you know, you don't have court cases where you have a computer determine whether or not somebody committed a crime. Computers aren't able to deduce that. You know, hell, we have computers that couldn't determine, there's, what was it? Well, et cetera, et cetera. We all know AI is a little wonky in general, right? So there's no way that a computer can automatically determine something with any degree of accuracy beyond a reasonable amount, right? But that sort of thing is super important, though, because it's like, well, that's a person's rights, you know, their right to express themselves. Now, some people can argue, well, it's a private business. They can do what they want. I mean, to some degree, absolutely. But you also have to keep in mind about that is that, excuse me, one of the things that was explored in the Civil Rights Act was the rights of a private business versus the rights of people, you know. Now, this isn't exactly the same as Jim Crow laws, but the idea is what they sort of figured out was... Ah, spiders! Wait, I love spiders. Hi! I don't think he likes me, though. But, one of the things that they determined was that an entity that is considered, what do you call it? She says 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna write that down. Anyway, what they ultimately determined was that public consumption, that's the word. So, an entity that is considered to be public consumption is effectively the same as a public, as a something public, right? Like, the streets are public. So they can't, so a cop can't come around and tell you, you're not allowed to be on, you're not allowed to wave this sign in the street. It's like, no, the streets are public. I'm a member of the public. They belong to me. And that sign is me expressing my freedom of speech, my freedom of expression. You can't stop me. Now, if you're doing something like throwing a brick through somebody's window, that's illegal. Because at that point, you're violating the rights of the person that owns that window. But standing in the street with a sign doesn't violate anybody's rights. Unless you're being disrupted to a certain degree. Like, if somebody's just trying to go to work and then you start kicking the shit out of their car, yeah, you're probably going to go to jail. But, so in general, the purpose is public, private is private. However, there are certain cases where public and private are basically the same thing. Like, look at Walmart. Walmart doesn't go and, say, hey, you have to have a special ID to come in here. Or this, that, and the other, right? You walk into Walmart as if you were walking into a public library, right? So it's considered public consumption. So they can't turn around and say, hey, because of your skin color, you're not allowed to come in here. Because it's effectively no different than if a public library said, hey, you can't come in here because of the color of your skin. And that's ultimately why that part was allowed in the Civil Rights Act. Because they were talking about, well, the way it effectively works, you know. Granted, you still can't, even with a private thing, but in general, that was the general idea of how they ultimately saw it, made it fit, right? With the way our the way our legal system works. And I feel like that to some degree, YouTube and other things are in similar nature to that. While you do have to register an account, they are essentially basically public consumption, right? Excuse me. And they don't want to avoid it being public consumption because they want viewers, they want advertisers, they want all that kind of stuff. And you can't get that if you restrict it too much. Where's the number slide? Let me take a picture of this so I can record it. There's also something, I believe it's called Section 213, where social media platforms, these sort of public forums, basically, are considered to be platforms of free speech, right? As such, they are not considered to be protected from, or they are considered to be protected from litigation for what gets posted on their website, right? So, if I post a bomb diagram or something like that, and someone uses it to, I don't know, blow up a school, well, YouTube can't be they can't be either criminally convicted or civilly sued for that, because, well, hey, we let everybody post on here, because, you know, if we started curating people, then the content that is on a website is no longer free, it's curated, right? And at that point, they are effectively no different than a journalistic company like CNN. CNN curates. They have people make articles, and they look at the articles and say, this is good, post this. Or they say, this is bad, don't post it. And I think at this point, people can sort of put together where the problem is. They curate their stuff severely. People aren't free to... And we're not talking about stuff that's outside of reason, right? There are certain things that are not considered protected speech because it actively... For it to exist, it actively creates harm. I'm not going to mention what, but I think people know a great example of that, so we're not going to go any further into it. The point, though, is that because they curate what gets posted on their website heavily, it's really no different than them being some sort of journalistic entity. I mean, what's the difference between at this point places like YouTube and Twitter and Instagram and all that, and say CNN? You know, except YouTube is a social media platform and CNN is a, you know, news platform. But how much stuff gets posted on these things that are misinformation, that are harmful? Again, there's been recent examples of violence where on these websites people posted you know, posted violent things both before and after. And of course, the entity itself is considered to be absolved of guilt from it.
No, that wasn't part of our deal.
Like I said, I have my orders.
But it's not necessary to destroy stars.
Don't be a hard dog to keep under the porch, Barry.
What about my family?
I will guarantee their safety.
If I play my cards right.
It's good that they added a scene like this, so that it can add to the suspicion of Barry. When they really remade this, they really remade it as if they were making a brand new game, to some degree.
Jill.
Barry, I heard someone talking.
Oh, you heard. I think age is starting to take its toll. Talking to myself is becoming a bad habit.
Talking to yourself? You all right? What's gotten into you?
I'm getting you worried, aren't I? But I'm alright. I guess this creepy mansion has gotten to my nerves. Anyway, I think I'll go outside, get some fresh air for a change.
She knows you're full of shit, Barry. Come on.
Don't worry. I'm just going to get some fresh air. If I'm lucky, I'll get to waste some monsters along the way.
So yeah, to basically finish up what I was saying is that it's annoying that, you know, I post a meme and they have to come in and say, that's copyrighted material. But say somebody else could post something saying that they wish someone would get killed, and then that person gets shot at, stabbed, or even killed, and they're like, hey, he ain't got nothing to do with that. You know? That's a good little scare there. You know, it's like, are they gonna curate? I don't know. It annoys me because I just want to make memes, man. I don't want to have to like go through all this. 4 days have passed since the accident. The plant at point 42 is growing at an amazing rate. Although there are many unknown aspects about this plant, we know that in comparison with the other group of plants, the T-virus has had a substantially stronger effect on this one. The T-virus has drastically morphed its host's anatomy as well as its size. Looking at its current state, it's difficult to imagine its original appearance. Nowhere on Earth will you find anything like it. We've also found that Plant 42 has two main sources of acquiring its necessary nutrients. One source is through its root. Somehow it has rooted itself down into the basement. Immediately after the accident, a scientist went mad and destroyed the aqua ring. Ever since, the basement has been like a pool. There's a high possibility that one of the chemicals in the water that's promoting the Plant 42's rapid growth. However, we have yet to determine the specific chemical. A bulb-like body of the Plant 42 has been sighted hanging from the ceiling of the first floor. We are sure that it used the air ducts to reach the first floor. Numerous long tentacle-like vines are protruding from the bulb. We believe the vines are the second means of acquiring its nutrients. When the Plant 42 senses prey, it uses the tentacle-like vines to capture its prey. After doing so, suckers on the vine drain the prey of its blood. We also notice that it has some intelligence. When it captures its prey, or when it's inactive, the vines twine around the door to stop possible intruders. Unfortunately, several of our scientists have already fallen victim to this Plant 42. When we heard these stories from the survivors, they all observed one thing in common. When the uniform petal-like flaps open and reveal its vital internals, it has a tendency to become more aggressive. One witness reported that it was as if it was trying to protect itself. Why it behaves this way is still unknown. May 21st, 1998, Henry Sart. Well, that certainly was interesting. Yeah. I mean, I get it. YouTube, Twitch, Twingo, all that stuff. These are massive entities with millions of posts being made a day. I mean, absolutely, right? It would be insanely difficult to imagine like having a human being check every single one every single time all the time. But yeah, the Renault Twingo. Yep. But also at the same time, it's like, you know, like when I disagree with a copyright claim, can I at least talk to the person? Why is it I'm getting punished for this? You know, like, do I have to get a lawyer? Like, I have to go and pay a lawyer to get involved in this for me to just post a video on your website? Is that what you expect me to do? Like, and of course the average person is not going to be able to do that. So, and again, I'm not saying that they need to be free to let anybody say anything ever, whatever they want. But there's within reason. And again, I think just recently, there was Mark Zuckerberg explicitly stated. I haven't seen the exact quote, but it's being talked about now that apparently Zuck explicitly stated that some entities from the government encouraged him to censor certain things, like, for example, about COVID and things like that. I haven't seen the exact quote, but I think it kind of goes into similar to like some of the stuff that had to do with Twitter about how members of the government requested certain things be censored, right? And it's stuff like that that's kind of like it's heavily against the rules here for the government to be involved with telling somebody not to telling any private entity to censor somebody in that regard. You know, again, censorship is not uncommon with our government. They're not supposed to, but that doesn't mean they don't do it. But in general, it's a kind of thing is that, you know, I feel like people need to have the freedom to be able to, you know, generally post what they want. Like, at least for me as a memer, I do have to run into that a lot. Cases where it's like, hey, I want to make a meme, but I can't because of something involving, you know, that copyright claim or whatever. and a lot of people have to deal with it in general. Like, plenty of people have to deal with it with Silent Hill, because the movie will get copyright claimed. And this is where the bullshit really comes in, because there is an entity who is claiming to be from a band that is copyright claiming songs from Silent Hill. There's one song in particular that gets copyright claimed as this song from this band, and I can tell you for an absolute fact that that song is not from that band in any way, because I bought the CD of that band, and that song is not on there. They did not steal it, but there is somebody on YouTube who has that song. Yeah, let me just get out of here. There's somebody on YouTube that has that one Silent Hill song as this song from this band, and they have copyright claimed it. Because I made this one meme and it has that song in it and it's copyright claimed, and plenty of people have been reporting it, right? I mean, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to do anything here yet, but I'm just gonna kind of skedaddle right now. So plenty of people have reported it. The comments, of course, has people going crazy saying that this is not from Silent Hill. The person that posted that video is like, "It's not me. I didn't do it." Of course, I don't know if they did or didn't, but the problem is if you challenge it, you're gonna get, you're gonna get punished by YouTube. Even though this is not even though that entity that they claim, that they're claiming owns the copyright to it, is not the copyright holder. I can't remember what the band's name is, right? But yeah, they're not the copyright holder. And so it's kind of frustrating that I get a copyright claim on a video from somebody who doesn't actually own the copyright. They're claiming to be, the copyright's actually owned by Akira Yamaoka, but they're not the one copyright claiming me. And then again, we've also seen that with other pieces of music in video games and stuff like that that get, son of a bitch, that get copyright claimed. It's ridiculous. That I think is the worst one, and there's nothing I can do because I'm not allowed to challenge it. And unless I can somehow get 1,000 people to report the video in hopes that that actually is the person that's claiming it, if it's not somebody else. But there's no way for me to talk to anybody, I mean, and I don't have a big enough audience to make an issue with it with YouTube. I was actually considering making a video about it, in hopes that maybe some people maybe I can bring some awareness to it, and maybe enough people can make an issue where YouTube goes, huh. But the problem with doing that is that even if I brought enough awareness where they fixed that one specific issue, it's not going to fix the underlying issue, which is YouTube's copyright system. Because it's about money. And I know, and I understand the IP laws and how, they don't want to get sued. They don't want to get sued by the IP holders, the studios, all that kind of stuff. They don't want to get sued by them for facilitating piracy. And I'm sure that there's a lot of corporate backdoor stuff where people are tossing money around at each other. That's not unreasonable, right? But the fact that we have zero power in that regard, to where if they decide all of a sudden, see ya. Yeah, where if YouTube decides all of a sudden, screw you, then there's nothing we can do about it, right? And I don't like that. And the other thing is, look at the types of videos that tend to get big, right? There's that big Elsa Gate thing where all these videos were getting really big, and YouTube didn't really care, even though they were gross and weird and were not for kids. You know, and again, they have the algorithm and the search problems that I was mentioning earlier. You know, and it makes it hard for small timers to get any kind of audience, because it's like, well, this is kind of close to what they're looking for, but I want to show them this Markiplier video instead. Which I don't have a problem with Markiplier. I'm just using it as an example. You know. Suicide note. June 22nd, 1998. I had to do it. We ran from those things, helping each other to survive. But Robert started to show the symptoms. I had to do it. Those damn things are pure evil. There was no other way. He would have done the same if it were the other way around. After I put him out of his misery, I had to just leave him in the bathroom. Now I'm probably the last one. How could this happen? I'll never forgive myself for being part of this project. Eventually I'll get what's coming to me, though. There's no way to escape from this nut house. It's just a matter of time. Nut house. Everything is set. All I need is a little courage to get it done. Knowing that I'll leave many things undone is a regret beyond words. But this is better than just waiting to turn into one of them. Please understand, and at least let me end my life as a person. There's a message on the back. Linda, please forgive me. Damn, that's fucked up, yo. But it is kind of one of the sad things about a situation like this. Well, motherfucker. That was a waste of a shotgun shell. At least I got ammo out of it. I want to check the bathroom for anything else, though. But, yeah, the whole Elsa thing, it was gross and weird, and YouTube allowed it. Ah! Come on, come on. Anything, anything, anything? Please be good stuff. Nothing. Fuck. Well, I took a bite for exploration purposes, so. And, yeah, that whole thing sucked. And again, it goes to the problem of, again, and a lot of it goes to the problem of the way their algorithm and the search function and all that kind of stuff works. You know, because that's what they were doing, is they figured out how to manipulate the algorithm. And, they used it. Which I can't blame them. You know, can anybody? Well, except for the fact that it's gross, but again, I'm also the kind of person where, like, I don't like to say that, well, let's cure evil by having people just not be evil, you know? Because I think that's kind of unreasonable. Because people are gonna do evil. People are gonna do unethical things. People are gonna lie, cheat, steal, and harm people. It's gonna happen, right? And that's something in life that we do have to learn to accept. As much as it sucks, we have to learn to accept it. And what we have to do is deal with it after the fact, right? While trying to commit reasonable actions to try to prevent it. So that is to say that as much as I would say these people being pieces of shit, making this disgusting, weird content, I think that they shouldn't do that. However, at the same time, people are going to do that. I actually saw this a couple, like 2 months ago, where somebody posted a video. It was literally something about explaining the muscle, explaining the anatomy of the vagina. and it was straight up a lady just basically playing with her junk. And it's like, where is YouTube? Where is their automatic content system right now? We need it. This should not be on YouTube. This is just pornography. And it wasn't like cartoon or whatever, right? This was just straight up nudity. Somebody trying to make an excuse for showing their crotch. It probably got like deleted not long after that, but you know, it's one of those things. It's like, yeah, this is why you kind of need human involvement, so that stuff like that doesn't happen. I mean, stuff is gonna squeak through, but the fact that I was, you know, that whatever I was on where someone was like, look at this is fucking crazy, is you know, the fact that people were able to find it before it was able to get got rid of. It's ugh. But I can't post a video with some Silent Hill music because some guy that claims to be holding the copyright for a band that didn't actually use the song. That's unacceptable, right? That, you know, I'm still kind of salty about it. In case you couldn't tell. Yeah, ProZD, but yeah, ProZD, he did, you know, a whole video. He did a whole video about the search problem and how YouTube was and all that kind of stuff. And again, it goes to the problem of their search function and their algorithm being terrible. You know, and what's going to happen is people are going to manipulate both to get views, because then they set it on to get to make money off of it, and they can at least make a little bit of money before they bounce. And again, a lot of it has to do with because of the way YouTube works. And all right, I'm done bitching about YouTube. I'm not ready to press it yet. I know this is a puzzle, and if you fuck it up, you die. Alright, let's go.
Emergency. Unknown source of pressure detected. Locking all doors to achieve maximum safety.
I do like how it shows you what to mess with, so that you can.
Reaching 30%.
I think this was a good puzzle.
Reaching 50% of pressure threshold. Activate emergency drainage system immediately.
I know there's a lot of people that are also talking about Twitch changing up some stuff too. Like increasing their prices because of Google and Apple, you know, asking for a cut of stuff like that. Which I get it. That goes back to like, I wish like more systems had like cheaper subscription. You know, like, for example, you watch a YouTuber that has a Patreon and a Ko-Fi that you can subscribe to, right? Well, they'll be like, hey, subscribe to my Patreon. Subscribe to my OnlyFans. Ha! Nah. OnlyFans is different, but with like Patreon and Ko-Fi, you can choose how much you want to. You can choose how much you want to give them. So you might give them only $1, $2, $3, or $600. And they have different tiers for different stuff that you might want, right? I don't think it'd be bad if a lot of these, if like a lot of these websites did that. Like instead of having, oh, this is the only option, it's a premium option, it's $15 a month, and you get all these features. Like I don't see what would be wrong with you know, having a lower premium option. Like one thing about Twitter, now I don't like Twitter, but it actually has options. Like it's got Twitter Plus and Premium, I think, and then Premium Plus. It's got like 3 grades, right? You know, so you can get the cheaper one, you can get the one with the blue check mark, and you can get the super mega premium. And one of the features it gives you is they now have a new AI system that you can make images and other stuff with. And I'm like, that's actually not too bad to get like a full access to an AI system without you know, I think that's pretty cool to get access to like an AI system. Although it's kind of expensive though, because I do have my Twitter that I sometimes post this stuff on. However, I don't have the blue check mark because I don't really want to pay for all that. But still, nice. Again, I think that a system like that is more reasonable because then people can say, you know what, I'm not interested in doing the $7 a month, but I'll do the $3 a month. And they do get features for it, so there's a reason for doing that. I think that's a much more effective system. You know, because it's the same, because that whole thing is the exact same problem why cable and stuff started to fail. It's like, I'm sorry, but the only cable programs you can get start at $75 a month, and it gets you 1,500 channels. And you're like, I just want HBO. Yeah, but I just want HBO. And people couldn't stand that. And again, it's starting to go that way with streaming services too, where they're like, yeah, it's going to be this much, and you have to have separate accounts for everyone in your family who watches it. So I hope it doesn't come across as me bitching a lot. I'm just talking about stuff. Okay, so I think now what I have to do is electrocute his ass. Go up. Right? Am I doing that? Am I doing this right? You know, and that's kind of why, and of course Patreon, they're doing a little bit crazy because they're also increasing how much money they get from people who use their service. Which I think is possibly because of less people using it. Again, I know about the way business works and profit percentages, all that kind of stuff, so there's probably a lot of that involved. But Patreon also had changed quite a bit over time too. Like they took away people's abilities to. There were many people who used it similar to OnlyFans. There are also people who were nude models. You know, not intended to be pornographic, but they were, you know, they were people who would model nude. They're models in general, right? And so, you had plenty of people that used it in that regard, and Patreon changed it to like, hold on. I think. Or did they change, or was it someone else? I think they did change like that. I mean, I know, because we all know Tumblr did that too, where they were like, hey, no more adult stuff here. Ah, crap. I don't want to go in here and get hurt. But I just like I like the idea, because, you know, I highly recommend people supporting people on Patreon, Ko-Fi, all that kind of stuff. I think I have to kill Plant 42 first. I've got the residence key, so let me go there. Check, see how long. Close to 3 hours. Okay. I still got a little bit of time. I think that little plaque right there, the one at the right at the top, is also used in like Resident Evil 3. It looks similar, like the one that says McFarlane Toys. I think part of the problem, to keep on with this website stuff I'll keep talking about, is it's the centralization of the internet is one of the big problems. Because the centralization of anything often results in problems. I shouldn't have gone this way. You know, one entity having all the power is often a bad idea, and right now there's so few actual websites. Like, you know, Google and YouTube are all one thing. You know, Facebook and Instagram are basically one thing. You know, there's Twitter, there's Reddit. You know, there's just so few websites in general, right? And then there's Twitch, right? You know, of course, there's variations of each of those, but you know, who's using Zanga anymore? LiveJournal, right? If those websites even still exist. Yeah, there's like Mastodon, Truth Social, and something else that's meant to replace Twitter. There's Kick for Twitch, and there's like other websites that are similar to that. You know, there's a lot of variations out there, but the truth is, it's like 90% those 6 websites, and then 10% everyone else. And, you know, of course, that's part of the problem, is that one could argue it's a chicken and egg thing. One thing, they could be trying to make as much money as possible, which they definitely are. Like, a lot of this has to do with money. And some greed, for sure. But a lot of it also has to do with, you know, hosting a website is expensive. You know, and it grows exponentially more expensive the more users you have. But why do these businesses and websites always want to be the number one? Like, why do they want to be the guy that everybody uses? But then also be like, but I also don't want to put any work. I don't want to have to put any work into being number one. You know, of course, I'll be a bit cynical and say that, well, it's because, of course, they want to have what they call market power, which means they want to basically be a monopoly. They want to be able to decide the prices of stuff. So, think about it. If Twitter was the only Twitter-like social media app, then they could charge $300 a month at no risk. You know? Because, I mean, who's gonna argue with them? Like, well, it's either that or you don't. It's either that or you don't use their social media. And imagine if it was a case where you had to use it, which you don't. But a good thing that people have to deal with when it comes to like stuff like Facebook is that I think I can go ahead and switch to the other shotgun. But yeah, one thing that people do have to deal with in terms of something like Facebook is that some employers, employers will often try to look for people on Facebook, and some employers don't trust an employee if they don't have a Facebook. Which again, not unreasonable, because, you know, everybody has a Facebook. But also not everybody wants a Facebook. So, or not everybody wants their employer to be involved in their Facebook because of who their friends are, or various things. Personal beliefs, political beliefs, hobbies, anything. Because really, what you do in your personal life ain't got shit to do with the business. If I come to work and I do my job, that's all that matters. Or that should be all that matters. But imagine if it does get a case like that where the overwhelming and vast majority of businesses decide, hey, we won't hire people without Facebook. And Facebook's like, haha, we're going to charge you $20 a month to have a Facebook account. So now you have to pay $20 a month to have a Facebook account just so you can get a job. Now that's an extreme case, but again, that's part of the problem with having market power. Oh, fuck. I kind of let that happen, didn't I? Ah, please! This game is not the bee's knees. Oh yeah, I think I have to use it on the nest, right? Get off me! Oh no, I know what I have to do. I have to go to the hole. The hole is your home. Can I go in this door? I don't think so. This is the Plant 42 room, right? Wow, how much damage do they do? Getting hit like 7 times. Market power, man. I think the hole is over here. Those are actually Japanese giant hornets. Like, almost any time in a Japanese game when they have, like, bees or wasps, they're usually actually Japanese giant hornets. Fuck, I'm poisoned. Because that's a real problem they have to deal with, is those Japanese giant hornets, because they're fucking huge. In fact, it was for a long time in Animal Crossing that whenever you knock down a honeycomb, they called them bees, but they were actually those hornets. So recently, they actually called them wasps in New Horizons, which is closer, but not exactly the same. Surely there's a way to stop that, isn't there? Or am I just being stupid? I'll just stay in caution, it's fine. Alright, let's check my pictures. Oh my god, what? Jesus, okay. Okay, see, red. Okay, so that's not the eye I'm looking for. This is the triple eye, which is, uh, uh, uh-oh. Oh, it's based on the color of the billiard balls. Cool. Okay, so this one is going to be not red, not green. Was that orange? 5. So let's... This one is red, so what red is 3. And the cat's eye, which is green, which is 6. Nice. Cool. That wasn't too bad. Still hate myself. Not really. One plus 3 is 4. 4 plus 6 is 10. 1 plus 6 is 7. And 10 plus 7 is 17. 17 plus 3 is 20. And 0 plus 0 is 0. How'd you know? Yeah, empty bottle. There's a note somewhere else that said what water was. Oh, there's another empty bottle. Almost missed it. Okay, where's the other stuff that talks about it? Somewhere else that talks about it, to be sure. So, okay, so yeah, water is 1. Okay, 4 plus 6 is 10. Cool. So 4 plus 6 is 10. So then I need to combine 3 and 4 to 17, and then get another 3. And so I need to get 2 3s, actually. Combine with the water. I got 4. Got 3. Combine that. No, I failed synthesis of G-volt. Wait, hold on. Oh, I need to do 1 plus 6 equals 7. I'm a dingus. I could have made that easier on myself. Seven, combine. Now I just need some 3. V-Jolt! Let me have a drink of that. I love parading it over myself. Hold on. Let me go back into my Twitch thing, because I'm having trouble connecting. So I'm trying to make sure that I actually get the chat. Okay. Because I don't want to miss anything. Especially if someone calls me a pecker. Give me that key. Alright. I don't know why I always like to go to the bathroom first. It's kind of schmuck bait, isn't it? Where it's like, hey, do you want to drain this tub? And of course you're like, yeah, there's got to be something in there, right? But the answer is no. You just did it for no reason. Being very cautious. The kind that likes to kick his tires before leaving. Yes, I will. Organic chemistry lab experiment. The similarities in the cellular characteristics of the rapidly growing plant infected by the tyrant virus have been reported in previous papers. However, while repeating these experiments, an interesting new fact became clear. We learned that a chemical in the UMB family, UMB number 20, contains a compound that is toxic to the cells of the plant. We have given UMB number 20 a new name, V-Jolt. If calculations prove correct, when V-Jolt is applied directly to the root of the plant, the entire plant should be dead within 5 seconds. The V-Jolt can be made by simply mixing the VP and UMB chemicals in a specific ratio. However, extra care must be taken when handling these UMB chemicals. They have been known to generate toxic gases if mishandled. The characteristics of each UMB chemical are as follows. UMB number 3, red. Yellow 6, yellow. UMB number 7, green. UMB number 10, orange. VP 17, blue. V-Jolt, dark brown. I didn't necessarily need to read all that, but I did anyway. How do you know they're angry? They just look like moths to me. Oh, come on. Is it this side? I know I can push this thing. Come on. Don't give me that crap. There's a cowboy hat in here. Can I take this cowboy hat? Ah, whatever. I didn't think so, but I was wanting to try. I'm sure I'll be back here later. Wait. Okay, yeah, I'm going to take these to the box. One thing I am glad about is they do make it harder to miss the Magnum. Can I push this? I don't think so. Guess that's what I'm intending to do every time, huh? Wait. But I do like how they've remixed some of these puzzles. Somewhat. Like changing that to the little things where you have to light the stuff. That's not a bad idea. excuse me. Not gonna worry about saving it yet. I'm gonna go a little bit longer. At least beat the plant. But there are things like that where they change it from just like a statue blocking a tiny hole to this like box thing with 2 holes. To me, it's like, it's not really something that really needs to change, you know. And I feel like sometimes there was a case of let's change it so that their expectations aren't the same. Or let's change it to mess with their expectations. And that's the part where it opposes the design philosophy of that I mentioned before, where it's like, sorry, I spaced out for a second. Where it opposes the design philosophy of, hey, let's treat this as if it were a brand new game. Which I think it does that for the most part, but there are a few elements like that where they're like, let's play with their expectations. You know, like, I don't mind them changing the crests. Because that's okay, since you only need one, and then you get all the others right there, right? And it only gives you the magnum. That's fine. But stuff like that, where it's like, hey, remember this? Well, guess what? You have to do something different. And they do that a couple of times. I forgot what I was trying to do. And I think that's where, I think that's a little bit ways where they messed up. Like, I don't mind the Crimson Head so much, but I think it should be dialed back. I think it should have been dialed back a bit, you know? Maybe make it not every single zombie, right? Or at least make it to where you have a less limited amount of kerosene. Any number of things. Okay, so which room was he in? He wasn't in there. Was he in here? I'm also glad that they don't redesign the stuff too much. But they do add a decent amount to it, and that's not bad. Overall, it's a very good remake. I don't know if I'd say it's as satisfying as the original one. Oh, there's nothing in here other than that. Unfortunately. I could have swore there was. Double check again. Yeah. But I can't wait to eventually get to 2 and 3 and 4 remake, so I can compare them. But I think there's also a big difference between those and this. Wait. I can't go down that way. I have to instead go this way. But there's a big difference because the first Resident Evil, while it is a great game, it was definitely rough around the edges in a lot of ways, right? And they hadn't codified a lot of stuff with the series and everything, so they had a lot of room for improvement that they made as they made future games. But 2 and 3, excellent games, and also 4 was excellent, and they were all excellent games, which so was Resident Evil, but even more so, right? And so I'm definitely interested in seeing how they go about remaking something that's already so good, right? Now, I've heard plenty of opinions related to the various games, right? Just a second. When do I get the grenade launcher? Let me double check this. Because I don't want to miss it, but I don't think you can miss it. Just a second. I think you do need the helmet key, don't you? Wait, what? Alright, hold on. I know I haven't fully explored the mansion yet, but fuck it. Once I get the helmet key, then I can decide whether or not I've missed it completely or not. I think it's probably... Oh, it's going pretty well. I didn't see your chat because I was, like, utilizing my phone. It's going pretty good so far. I haven't got completely wrecked or nothing in a minute. Or completely lost. I'm starting to remember a few things. But I think this part is a little bit more straightforward than running around the mansion. Because the problem with running around the mansion is all the crimson heads and stuff. And that can sort of induce that panic in you. Let's just go ahead to the gallery, huh? I do have that book. I need to go ahead and do that stuff too. But, yeah, that's one of the downsides of the design of having something like Crimson Heads, is that when you put people in a panic, where in order to avoid getting damaged or killed, they try to avoid certain areas and they end up missing things, particularly if it's something important, right? Yo, we got a naked lady here. My kind of game. I got crazy lost, but hopefully we won't have the issue. Yeah, the only time I think I should be alright, because the only time I was really lost was trying to figure out where the next armor door was. And it's just because I hadn't explored those areas yet. Or I did, just haven't been thorough about it. Got the naked ladies, naked ladies, naked ladies. Hell yeah. But, well, we'll have to see. Hey, isn't this a boss from Ocarina of Time? Tar? I'll teach you to turn your back to the plant, Jill.
What the hell is this thing?
Barry!
Jill!
It looks very similar to a boss when you're inside the fish, whose name I can't remember. I forget the name. It looks kind of similar to that. But I think a lot of games have like plant monsters you have to fight. Now, I'm not gonna gush and be like, oh my god, you haven't played Resident Evil? I'm not Resident Evil. Fuck. Zelda? There are some very good games in the series that are worth playing, though.
I thought it was finished.
Yeah.
That was close. Thanks again.
Don't mention it. But what was that? What the hell's going on in this place?
Barry,
Something about that mansion still bothers me. But I think I'll stay here a little longer. We should split up again and investigate.
all right.
Hell yeah. Like, definitely, of course, you gotta play the classic Ocarina of Time. Nothing wrong with that. But, of course, Link to the Past is great. Hell, the original. They're pretty much all great, you know. Wind Waker's really good. Majora's Mask. You know, I'm not like a huge Mega Ultra Zelda fan, but, you know. I'm enough of one where... Yes. I'm enough of a Zelda fan in the fact that I know they're good games, so... Which, of course, sounds very vague and all that, but it's, you know, it's how I'm gonna play it. I'm not, like, busting out at the seams going, oh, the new Breath of the Wild is out. Let me play the shit out of that. Ah, he's examining more blood? Calm down, Barry.
Barry,
I think I'll stay here a little longer.
Barry's examining the floor. Oh my god, Barry, calm down. This dude be bullshitting. But I think his whole I'm examining Chris's blood thing is probably part of the ruse. Like, he has to distract Jill long enough in order to let Wesker disappear. I think a lot of people started with Breath of the Wild. I think, yeah, in more recent years, Breath of the Wild is what's got a lot of people into the series now. Back in the 90s, it was Ocarina of Time. It was where it really became I mean, everyone loved the Legend of Zelda, but that became such a breakout hit that it was pretty much most people's first introduction to the series. Helmet key. Finally. What the fuck was that? Oh, shit. That's what that was. Hey, Mask, how's it going? Let me give a quick shout out here. Thank you for the raid so much. I keep forgetting that that's what plays when I get a raid. I might need to change that because it's very loud. There we go. You were playing Evermore? Secrets of Evermore or something like that?
Wesker.
Jill, so you're safe.
That's what I was going to say.
I apologize. It was all I could do to protect myself against those strange creatures.
I understand. Anyway, it's good that you're safe.
Did you notice? Barry, he sounded a little flaky.
Now that you mention it, yeah. I'll keep a close eye.
Maybe it's quite natural under these circumstances. It's not really our standard operation. Jill, our first priority is to get out of here.
I agree.
There are still rooms in that mansion we can't get into because they're locked up. I've been looking for ways to...
Okay, if there's anything, I'll go back to the other mansion.
I'm counting on you.
I was gonna let that cutscene play out. I don't know what game I was thinking of then. You know all the great FromSoft games, or all the really ones that look super interesting. But yeah, welcome in, Raiders. If you've never heard of me before, I'm Jouex. I play a general variety, but of course I play mostly older games, retro games. I do some point and clicks. Ripper and Phantasmagoria, two of the biggest ones. I also do a lot of speed running. This is part of my playthrough of the Resident Evil series, which I started with the original. And I'm going in release order of every single game made, with the exception of ports and anyone that requires online multiplayer, unless I can get people involved to play it too. So, my word, sorry. It's going pretty good so far. I only got a little bit lost, but I haven't. It hasn't been that bad anymore. I am going to keep playing for a while longer too. I still got plenty of time. It's not a big deal. Just because I was able to move some stuff around with work on the house to where I don't have to rush today, so I can spend some time taking a rest because work and everything. So yeah, the game's going pretty good. How did Evergrace go? Was it everything you hoped for, as they say? I do need to grab the armor key again, though. Make sure I still have it.
This is Brad. Come in, Stars Alpha Team. Come in.
This is Jill.
Does anybody hear me?
I hear you, Brad. Over.
Stars Alpha Team. Bravo Team. It doesn't matter. Respond. I repeat, this is Brad.
Brad? Brad!
This is Brad. If you can't answer me, somehow give me a sign.
Jill to Brad. Can you hear me? Brad! Brad! Shit. It's broken.
Then an advertisement for Verizon flies across the screen. Say you know. Oh, cool. You're gonna continue it next week? Yeah, I can understand that. But sometimes it's too early to tell. Plus, it seems like you've had like more than one somewhat recently where you have games where it starts out great and then the ending gets to the point where it just collapses in on itself. Oh, Brad. Oh, he's sweeping. Ah, he woke. Ah, crap. I should have gone this way. These dogs are more frustrating in this game than the original. Just because they're so fast. And then they do that. Get off me. There you go. That's right, he's going to save people. Brad is actually a hero. He just doesn't seem like one. I mean, hell, to be honest, what could he have done that the rest of them couldn't have done? Right? Yikes. Oh, I should have saved it. I mean, think about it. Barry's got a freaking Magnum, right? They had the entirety of Alpha Team. And they get, what, attacked by 1 or 2 dogs? You mean to tell me they couldn't have fought those guys off? I'm expected to do that by myself. With a handgun. And it's like you said, you know, he had to get fuel, man. Dude, you know how much fuel a helicopter takes? It is not a Prius. But anyway, jokes aside, thank you for the raid, Mask. It's awesome. You know, it's awesome to see you joining in. And of course everyone who joined with you. Sorry, sometimes I space out. That's another thing. If there's anyone if there's anyone who hasn't watched me before, sometimes if my speech slows down a lot and I trail off into nothingness, it's because my brain just basically just went, "Hey, stop talking." I think so. The dog, I didn't remember it, but oh shoot, the hunters. I really need to get to a box right now. I'm going to die. Whoa, that was freaking close. Yeah, because the dogs can do that arm bitey thing. Oh, I do have a first aid spray. Okay. Whew. Watch this. We're gonna do this. Okay. That doesn't do anything, but I like to do it, so. Why does he want to attack me so bad? What did I ever do to him? Yeah, I don't stream. I would say, I don't want to say I don't stream often enough. What I do want to say is I feel like I could stream more often. Because that's a less judgmental way to say what I mean. But of course, I'm also having to do the work stuff, the changeovers at work, and all the house stuff. Which we're gonna stay here an extra month anyway, so that give me plenty. Give me plenty of time to make sure it's straight, and then while also continuing to do this. Oh, they can? Yeah. Oh. I should have more grenade rounds, don't I? I don't. Okay. I could... What time is it? I should keep going, yeah. I don't have any reason not to, so... What am I doing? I'm just gonna keep going anyway. Okay, so... Map? Let's see. So, I think that door is like one of the last ones I can enter, right? If I go up the stairs... That's a helmet door. But that's where you fight Yawn for the second time, and I don't want to fight him just yet. In fact, yeah, I don't want to fight Yawn just yet. I'm gonna go back to the mansion first floor. So, God, get away! Oh, this is not good. Okay. Okay, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. Shit! Holy crap, I am gonna die. Well, I should have saved. That's what I should have done here. At least I killed one of them. That was fantastic. Hey, lesson learned, right? I used the 2 rounds in the shotgun. Use my mixed herb. Gonna save the game. Need to grab the armor key because I know I'll probably need it. Yeah, let's play sensibly now. I just don't want to use up all my ink ribbons. I'm thinking what would be wrong with just going ahead and fighting on anyway. Nah. I want to get the grenade launcher first. Okay, so at least I killed one of those guys. Leave me alone. Don't want that. No, thank you. Don't want any. Do the crimson heads disappear once the hunters appear? So from here... Okay, so time to go back to the main hall. Hey, I don't... Well, that answers my question. Which is no. Another Zombo? Oh. This game is very stressful, though. But part of what I don't like about the Crimson Heads... Wait, I never... That was an armor? Oh my god. Well, I'm a dingus. Dingus alert. Dingus alert. table made of glass. Thank you. Thank you, Jill. See, I knew this was where I had to go, but I thought I needed the helmet key for it. Okay. First, I want to see what's over here. There we go. I used the last of those shotgun shells. Let me get some herbage. Some herbage. I will take that. So yeah, I think that about the Crimson Heads, they do provide plenty of stress, which I think is good, but the problem is they're too much like the hunters. And so first off, having to deal with them like very early on kind of messes with the way the challenge ramps up, right? You start with the slow but numerous zombies. Then it goes to the then you deal with the dogs and the all this other stuff. But then it's supposed to ramp up to the hunters, right? See, the difference is they're not slow and lumbering like the zombies. They're fast and they can instantly kill you. So I think that's one place where they messed up. Is the Crimson Heads is a neat idea, but it ends up sort of fiddling with the difficulty because they don't really provide enough of a difference between hunters, between them and hunters. There's something handwritten. It's not dated. Nothing's changed. I never thought that this room I designed as an experiment would pay off like this. I can hide here safely for a while because nobody knows about the secret behind this painting. Not even Sir Spencer. Painting of a mansion in the back of the art room. Could this be a telescope? It looks pretty old. I mean, probably. Okay. Nice. Okay, cool. More ink ribbons. That's what I needed. That's one of the things about the game that that would needed improvement is the random placements of ink ribbons. I mean, I know it's kind of on the nose to always put it in the typewriter rooms. Hey, that guy's a zombie. I will take that. Hey, the night plug. Come on, buddy. Get off the freaking geometry. God damn it. Lord, I hate that. Zoom in. I know the puzzle, but I'm trying to think about what I have to get to unlock it. You see, as soon as I saw the shotgun was RNG, maybe to get headshots, I tried flame rounds with the grenade launcher and cleared a path around the mansion and found zombies didn't turn, but I don't know if I enjoyed that strat. Yes, it worked, but it felt cheap at the same time. Yeah, I can see that. Or it's like, did I already deal with this zombie here? Yeah, where it's like, wait, here we go. So there's a secret behind here, right? I think it's just a dagger back there, so I don't need it. Okay, let's check the map. Yeah, like, I can see there being, like, some degree of strategy to it. Like, I mean, giving the different types of rounds some use isn't too bad, but in a game like Resident Evil 3, I feel like it's a little bit better because you have the gunpowder system. So you get to make whatever rounds you want. Do you use the Magnum a lot? Make Magnum rounds. Do you use the shotgun a lot? Make shotgun rounds. Oh, you can make enhanced shotgun rounds. Yeah. The shotgun doesn't do nearly enough damage, honestly. Oh, they're hunters now. Okay. I mean, I think some games have had it where it takes 3, but where it can take up to 3, but I don't know. Ugh, I hate that shit. You have no idea how much I hate that, like, running and slash thing. Because, like, that's one thing that annoyed me about Code Veronica. Was the fact that they could just, like, run and slash your ankles. So I should be able to go in this door, right? I cannot. Okay. I have to unlock power to the elevator. I know that's a helmet door. And I think there's hunters in this room now. Or Crimson Heads. Map. Let's see. It's going to be the first door on my left as I turn this corner. I think the Crimson Heads would be more effective if there were fewer of them. Yes. Okay, so... God, I don't have anything. Like, they're very effective in the fact that they're scary, they're fast, and they make a noise that makes it feel like your teeth are being ripped out of your skull. But, that being said... Yep, I agree, yeah, because, I mean... Well, to be honest with gunpowder, I mean, how often are you gonna see it floating around, well, anywhere. Like, one thing about RE2 is, about well, both RE2 and RE3, it makes more sense since there's, you know, there's, like, gun stores and stuff like that. Okay, cool. So, from here... Let's see. I do need to grab the shotgun. I should at least have one mixed herb with me, huh? Like, it's definitely a more, it's a more fun system because it just changes on how you may want to play the game. And since some of the enemies are random, that's also an important consideration to make. is you might encounter hunters here, or you might encounter zombies or dogs. Granted, people who've played the game enough can tell you that there's not that much variety. So it's not like it's really a hard decision. But it also depends on things like, do you have a lot of trouble with Nemesis? Well, then using the freeze rounds is probably a good option for you. Mail from the Chief of Security. Confidential attention, Chief of Security. Date July 22nd, 1998, 2:13. X Day is drawing upon us. Execute the following procedures within 1 week. Prompt actions are demanded. 1. Lure stars to the estate and obtain BOW's raw combat data against stars. 2. Collect 2 embryos of each mutated specimens as samples, excluding the tyrant. Dispose of the tyrant. Ensure complete disposal of the Arclay laboratory, including all personnel and test animals. Disguise their deaths as an accident. When the above procedures are executed, report to headquarters for further instructions. If for some reason you are unable to execute the procedure by the deadline, report immediately. In case of emergency situations, report directly to the extension number 5691. Good luck. Umbrella Headquarters, Umbrella Incorporated. That's sus. 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 There we go. Look at that. She's just sliding. There we go. Dagger. Yeah. I think, I don't know why it's got, like, you know, all the different defensive ones. Like, wouldn't it make sense just to have one? You know. Wait, hold on. Let me turn off the light and see where the thing is. I think it's in the buffalo head, isn't it? Wait, hold on. Isn't there also one here? Yeah. There's 2. Oh, interesting. I just love the gunpowder mixing system. Of course, I like making bullets in real life. It's very fun. Because there's a bit of a science to it. I mean, a bit of an art to it, I should say. There's some science too, but there's also a bit of art to it, you know, because there's more to them than just, like, for example, the differences between powders is absolutely insane. So I guess I gotta hurry and get this before it locks. Haha! How'd you like them apples, Eagle Boy? Stole your stuff. How do you like that? Bird boy. I do like how it doesn't turn until you get a certain distance out, because it's more like a camera where it's got blind spots. Just a second. Yep. All right. So I've got 2 gemstones. Of course, one is for the tiger. I don't think I put both of them in the tiger, do I? And again, it's part of that where they change up the puzzles thing. I don't remember if one of them is for the box. Where's my grenades? Let me try this box thing first, though. And I know there's going to be hunters around here too, so... There we go. Now for this puzzle. Just stick that right there. Oh no, that's not right. Oh yeah, you can rotate them. Is that right? Is that right? I think the big piece is right. I just have to rotate this. That's not right. Yeah. Okay. Let's try this again. An RE game in a big hotel would be an interesting setting. Yeah, it probably would be. Like, you'd have that, like, sort of the Shining sort of situation. I'm almost guaranteed this goes on the bottom. I have to figure out where this goes. Is it there? Is that right? I think so, yeah. Okay. There we go. That's what I was lacking. I was lacking. A brooch, huh? It's a key. Puerta de aquí? Yep. Because this is where I go to the room next to where the hunters first appeared. So, alright. So what I'm gonna do... Is there a typewriter in there? I don't think so. I already knew about you. Can't catch me because the rabbit done died. Oh. I'll be right back. I'm gonna mute my mic for a moment. See, the annoying thing is that little stun lock that it gets you in. And that's kind of, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, where games are realistic, but not in a good way. That I don't really like, you know, where, yeah, you get slashed up by this big monster, you're probably going to stumble a little bit, obviously. But the downside of that, okay, is that, you know, realism isn't always all that fun. So I know I've got to get the power to that elevator. And that's the only way I can access that stuff, because that's the library area, I know that. I gotta go mess with Yawn. And now I have access to... Wait. Yeah, there's that door at the end of that. So from here I can go up the stairs and then up the stairs. Tell you what, I'm gonna go do that if I don't die. But yeah, I do agree with that. A big hotel, that could be interesting. You know, something like The Shining, but with zombies. Yeah. I just played a little bit longer than I was expecting to, you know. But that's okay. Damn, I'll get my ass kicked. And you can see I went the wrong way. Yeah, I was getting tired of those assholes. This is the wrong way. I mean, I've got to go through here too many times to have to keep dealing with them. I think they've done so much damage to me. Damn. Oh, I forgot about this. Oh, buddy boy. Please tell me I can escape. Oh, this isn't good. Alright, game. I should have been carrying around the grenade launcher there. Damn. You see, the hitbox for that attack is ridiculous. Okay, I had completely forgotten about that. That's very cool. I got to give it to the game. I don't know why I forgot about it. I mean, once it happened, I remembered about it doing this, but I gotta give it credit though. That's an example of messing with your expectations that's very effective, because it's like, oh hey, um, sorry, my brain shut down for a second. Eagle of South, Wolf of North. Eagle of Wolf South North. Ah, the medal. Got some divots. Got some divots on it. But yeah, that's a good way to mess with your expectations, because it's like, oh hey, of course the downside is that if you're not prepared for a boss fight, you're gonna get wrecked. But cheers for browsing. But I've also got lots of grenade launcher ammo though, so. I think definitely now is a good time to save it. That's right, GG, Mr. Snack. No step on Snack. Oh. Am I going the right way? Yeah. Leave me alone. I specifically requested for you to leave me alone. At least it doesn't have the one by the door, though. Because that was one thing that was annoying in the original, was there's always that one by the door. Granted, he usually didn't do anything, but it's also like, it was very menacing. That was my problem with it, was the menacingness of it. I know I got more shotgun shells than that, don't I? Have I really been emptying my coffers? That's one thing that I do like to do in a game like this when you have the limited space, is instead of carrying extra ammo, I'll just carry the weapon fully loaded, because more likely than not, between runs to the box and stuff, it's not likely to require me to reload, you know what I'm saying? Alright. I think 4 hours is good enough. Plus again, like I said, the tests I've done before is when it starts to slow down. I start to slow down a bit past 4. So that's actually a good time as any. Let me check what's going on here. Let's see. Yep, nobody. Cool, I didn't miss any chats on YouTube. That's awesome. Let's see. Alright. Well, that's going to be all that I'm doing for today. I want to thank everybody for joining me. Yeah, I think Yawn could have looked a little bit better. You know, it's just something, it's just a little funny on it. But you know, thank you everybody for joining me today. Thank you, Mask, for the raid. Thanks, Darling, Henry, Bloomaloo, everybody. I'm glad to have you guys join me. It's definitely a good time. And of course, if anyone's new, feel free to drop a follow. I'm trying to make sure that I stream regularly. Let me also drop my Discord link if anybody wants to join that. It's not super active, but I do try to post every once in a while. And, you know, just getting more people into it. Just because it's also a good way, it's also a good place for me to announce if there's anything that's affecting anything that might affect my ability to stream on that day. But I'm also trying to make constant improvements to everything. Little here, little there. You know, just so that posting, so that everybody has access to that if they're interested in joining. Of course, any suggestions for things to play or videos, you know, feel free to drop it. I'm going to be continuing this play. I'm going to, again, try to do next Tuesday also, if at all possible. But I think it probably is going to be, because our schedule for everything changed, so I should have a little bit more free time for doing that. Oh, let's see. In the meantime, let me see who I can raid. I could raid somebody new, or I could raid somebody I watch on the regular. I'm sorry, Owl is playing the Outlast Trials. What is that? I don't know about that game. I know I've rated I'm Sorry Owl pretty recently. Ojo is playing Monster Hunter. P. Casper is playing Pokemon. Let me see, click through categories and see what people are playing. Legacy of Kain Defiance. Hey. And of course, there's plenty of people playing Resident Evil 3 and Silent Hill. This individual is Portuguese, which I don't have a problem rating into a foreign streamer. I try to avoid it just so that you can actually have conversation. Who else playing? Silent Hill on a Samsung. Oh, thank you. I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but marathons. Oh, hey, thank you for hitting the alert, Sarzak. Unfortunately, I'm actually about to end. I'm trying to figure out who to raid. Thank you for dropping by. It actually did go pretty well. Well, I'm sorry, Owl is he's a guy I do watch every once in a while. He plays a lot of horror games as well. He's a pretty cool dude. I think that's probably going to be what I do, other than raiding somebody random. Because I don't want to go into any challenge runs, or anyone that doesn't speak English. I don't hate non-English speakers. I want to be able to at least conversate with them a little bit. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna raid I'm Sorry Owl. I'm pretty sure he allows me to raid, because I know I'm almost 100% sure I've raided him before. So if you guys, you know, feel free, stick around. Oh, you know what? I should also give you a shout out, Sarzak. I'm trying to get into the habit of it. I'm getting better at making sure I do that. Yeah, Sarzak plays a lot of awesome games. A lot of Castlevania, a lot of retro games and stuff. I would definitely recommend go and check out Sarzak's stuff. And, you know, Sarzak does a big variety, so it's a lot of good stuff to check out. Anyway, let me see. Do this. Okay, there we go. So yeah, you know, feel free to hang around, stick around with just check out I'm Sorry Owl, and thanks everybody for joining me. Yeah.